We're gonna jump on in. I do have a dare drop that I'm supposed to do for this, which I don't have to, which is to get the dollar reverse draw weapon, whatever that is. You can join. I'm not gonna do multiplayer for a sponsored segment, not unless that was a stipulation for it. So it's nothing. It's nothing personal, but especially for sponsored segments, I'm gonna be a lot more hesitant to multiplayer. So the one thing I am running with is the reason I'm taking a moment to set up here. I'm trying to click out of the window because it's going in and out of full screen. It's messing with stuff. All right, so we should be good. So what we're gonna do is it says like continue. That was just me making sure it ran. All good. You're like, wow, that's crossplay. Yep. So today we're gonna be checking out TheHunter Call of the Wild. This is my first time playing it. This is a hunting game. So it's supposed to be realistic hunting game and all that kind of good stuff. It's probably one of the best ones out right now. I've definitely heard the name many times, but this is my first time playing. This is a sponsored segment where we're being supported by Avalanche, who are the developers behind the game, as well as Daredrop, who is the one facilitating the sponsorship. So, thank you so much for supporting the channel and all that good stuff. We're going to go ahead and jump right on in. I'm going to do a new game. You only see the continue there because I just made sure it ran. I didn't even finish catching the first thing. So we get to choose our character. There's not a huge amount of character customization. I did find it interesting that there's one character, Remy Warren, and then there's a bunch of options. I'm assuming Remy Warren is a relevant character to the series. But as this is my first one playing, that's just what we got. I'm just going to choose this person because it doesn't matter. Now we are going to choose a specific reserve, because Remy is DLC. Oh, interesting. Because the devs gave me the key, so anything we've got here is stuff sent by them. Right, and I don't own all these DLC. But there is one here. Yeah, this is the new one, and this is the reason they're supporting the channel today, is they've got their brand new DLC, which is for Peru, that we're going to be hunting on a reserve and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, you have a DLC? Yeah, no, I'm assuming the base game they gave me must have been the whatever version. You'll try not to be too judgy. You appreciate the interest in the genre. Yep, and we're going to go ahead and start that. Now, for me personally, in real life, I have no interest in hunting. It's not my idea of a fun activity.
Welcome to Intisuyu Hunting Reserve.
Okay, you're louder than I expected.
My name is Maria del Carmen de la Rosa Solorzano, but you can call me Maria.
And my name is Freddy. Just Freddy.
Together, we will show you the very best hunting that Peru has to offer. Once upon a time, the vicuña in the mountains and the jaguar in the jungle were easy to find in Peru. Now their numbers are constantly threatened by human development and poaching.
But here at Intisuyu, we work hard to make sure all of our animal populations are healthy. You'll find many rare animals here, but also familiar ones, like the white-tailed deer that you can hunt.
And don't forget our 257 different plant species.
Of course! How could I forget our 257 different plant species?
Yes, we're happy with our paradise on Earth. And we're happy with volunteer hunters like you to help us preserve this paradise. Now, Freddy, why don't you drop off our newest visitor and show them where they can get started?
Yes, Maria. Right away.
Okay. You're a biologist. You study nature.
Smell that mountain air. You're in the Yungas, my friend. Here, there are many different animal species and open sightlines. It's a great place to hunt for a newcomer. Speaking of hunting, I think I spotted some tracks near you not too long ago. Why don't you follow them and see where they lead?
Okay, we got a revolver. I think that's a shotgun and a rifle. I don't know what this spray is.
For the first time. What I give to be in your shoes and not behind this mountain of paperwork. Shh! Do you see something? Quietly now. Crouch down and very slowly approach the animal.
You
When
talk.
you get close enough for a good shot, aim for its heart or lungs.
Stop talking. Anyways, so the idea is we're on this reserve. Now, you might be like, okay, they're talking about the healthiness of this area and all that kind of stuff on this reserve, and you're hunting. Clearly, you are a bad person, but that is not at all the case. A lot of times you're talking about these reserves and whatnot, they do actually have to do population control. Sometimes it's from stuff that we as human beings have caused, where, like, for example, an area that traditionally would have wolves, that we've, basically wiped out the wolves or nearly wiped out the wolves, that with those predators removed from the local ecosystem, then you have stuff like the deer that the wolves ate, their population explodes, which then can be detrimental for other animals where they're eating all the underbrush that the animals need to live in, and so on and so forth. So it actually is a thing that hunters are usually involved in conservation as well. You do have hunters who also are, you know, poaching and all sorts of stuff, doing really awful things to the environment. But very much in reserves like this, you will have where they'll monitor the populations of the animals, and they'll be like, hey, this animal's too much. We need to knock down the population a little bit. And they'll usually, the way they'll approach, at least here in the US, is with hunters. They'll go through and they'll issue hunting licenses, and they'll be like, okay, the white-tailed deer population's too high. All right, we've got, 20,000 white-tailed deer on the area. This area is really only good for about 16,000. We need to get rid of 4,000. All right, we'll issue licenses for people to kill X number of deer, and we'll give that many licenses. And, they might have other stipulations like, okay, you're only supposed to kill the males or whatever. Those numbers they gave are probably not realistic. They're probably not doing some giant, massive, hey, go kill 4,000 deer this year in, a reserve, but you get the idea. Also, nice rocks, man. Alright, so we're sneaking up on this deer. I'm assuming the giant arrow icon is actually pointing at the deer itself. Yeah, it'd be a pretty long shot. I have no idea what kind of rifle I have. Also, indigenous dietary requirement, where they usually have deep knowledge of numerics. Oh yeah, no, it's a whole thing. And usually also, there are some of the reserves, they will use hunting licenses as the means of funding to maintain the reserve. So even when you have people, like, people doing stuff like big game hunting where a lot of poaching happens, some of that they will actually pay out, make people pay really big money, and they'll be like, well, that rhino over there is basically sick. It needs to be put down. Like, it's not going to get better. You can pay a boatload of money, and you get to hunt that rhino. And that's where they'll usually have, like, a bunch of guides guiding the person hunting around so they don't kill the wrong one and all that kind of stuff. Now, I don't know. There's a green indicator on my map. I'm assuming that's the direction of the wind. Because I don't have an indicator, because with hunting, usually the things you're worried about is obviously the animal seeing or hearing you, but also smell. So usually wind would be something you'd be considerate of. Is that the stink cone? That's what I'm guessing. Yeah, okay, so I was right with that. Because I was going to say, that's a big part of it, because a lot of animals, the reason you don't run into them is they smell you. I have no idea what the appropriate distance I should be getting to this deer. You are a deer, right? We're going to try and get to... There is a collared peccary doing a mating call over there. So let's just try and get to where I can get a little bit above it. And I'm going to try and take the shot. Again, I have no idea what rifle this is, but I should be able to shoot from here.
Ha! You scored a hit, but not on the vital organs. The animal will probably not die, but if you track the blood trail, then maybe you can line up another shot.
It's not moving. I'm curious because if I didn't kill it outright, the one thing it's not going to do is just chill. Are you dead? All right. He's like, you didn't hit the vital organs. I'm like, I don't know. It seems like I hit something important, because usually even if you hit something in like the heart or lungs, it usually gets to run a little while before it goes down. That thing just dropped. Okay. So I don't know what the weapon score or anything around this is. Where did I hit it? You said I didn't hit it in the vital organ. I hit it in the spinal cord. I literally hit in the spinal cord, instantly killing it. I mean, I guess that's thing. So apparently we could spend a bunch of money to taxidermy. Can I tell where I hit it? I guess not. Yeah, so I hit it in the spinal cord. That's not what you want. I actually expected the bullet to drop more. So, like, because that was your lungs, that's what you're aiming for. But hey, you know what? It's not like I'm keeping the spinal cord for any reason. So I don't know what the difference between save harvest. Let's see. So harvest check. Proper ammo used for this animal. Animal was shot 2 times or less. Intact trophy organs. No organ hit. Gotcha. Okay, so I see the idea. So you consider like the skull and the antlers and all that, probably the trophy organs. Versus like the game wants you to hit the critical organs to kill it, not the spine. Which, you know, fair enough. So I don't know what the difference between save, harvest, and accept is. Oh. Let's see, so main beam length, let's see, true score. Let's see, summed up length of both the main beam subtracted by their difference. I don't know what any of that means. Sure, I guess save harvest? Or accept? Let me accept. The harvest is not taxidermed or saved. The latest unsaved harvest can be saved later from the harvest menu. Yeah, no, by all means, let me know what the saved, because it might be like the earlier map tells me the difference, but I'm not very clear, because I assume one of these gives me money and the other one probably does not. Because the idea is we're going to use money to get ourselves upgrade. Yeah, because this is not... And it could be that, you know, they expect you to be familiar with the series. And save harvest.
Nice work.
Oh, okay.
And a lucky find, too. I've never heard of that Taruka being this far east.
Freddy, have you showed our hunter where they'll be staying?
No, Maria. I will do that right away. There. I sent some coordinates to your hunter mate. You were great at tracking earlier, so I'm sure you'll have no problems finding the place.
Okay, that's bear scat. Okay, so... Oh, so tab brings out... that. 1 second. So... Inventory... Yeah, so you're saying that. I don't know how to switch it back. We'll probably do that back when we get back. So the thing I want to check is it looked like we had the DLSS on, and I absolutely never want... Motion blur off. Get it out of here. And I absolutely never, ever, ever want DLSS. DLSS makes everything shimmer and gross and not what I want. I don't know what that is, but it gave a warning call. So if we don't know what we're running into, I'm going to keep the shotgun. Yeah, I'm assuming it was a boar, but it gave me a warning call. A puma? I'm feeling like I'm in the wrong neighborhood. Because we've literally seen a puma track, bear scat, and heard the call from a boar. None of these are things you want to run into. Oh, you got a taper. The greater Grisson is fleeting. Looks like some kind of rodent. Or not rodent, like a, something in the same area as, like, a raccoon or a badger or something like that. Yeah, no, absolutely, Bentley. That's the reasons why I was like, I'll kind of figure that out. Okay, so pumas apparently trotted that way recently. That... I don't like that we've got footprints from a puma that looks like it's been pacing in the area. Or it could be multiple pumas, but pumas usually don't. A lot of cats actually don't usually hang together. There's only a couple outliers like lions and tigers that tend to pack. Shotguns are only useful for birds? What kind of garbage shotgun is it then? Because usually if you're wandering around not sure what animal you're going to run into, the shotgun tends to be kind of your go-to a lot of times. Now obviously it depends on your ammo and everything. Like whether you have like slugs or birdshot or whatever. Like if you might run into bear, shotgun's an okay option. Might run into a puma, shotgun's not a bad option. Most animals when they get shot run away.
Welcome to our beloved animal sanctuary. This will be your new home away from home. Take a quick look around. Do you see a building with a big sign? There should be a guest book for you to sign as soon as you enter.
I'm sure there's a put away your weapon button. Okay, there's the guest book.
Let's take care of all that equipment you're carrying. There should be a long building away from the main entrance where you can drop off your, what's the word? Baggage.
Aw, man. Easy hunting right here. It'll never get away. Let's see what we even have in here. So, we have... I'm assuming this is like a scent covering spray or something. I can't quite see. It's some kind of spray. And then we've got... That might be a deer call. That looks like a duck call. I don't know what that is. Binoculars are pretty straightforward. Revolver, shotgun, rifle. Notice board, novice hunting. Travel a distance of 1 mile on foot.
The room is a little cozy, but I promise the catch will have everything you need for a successful hunt. Head outside when you're ready. I want to introduce you to some of the animals you'll meet in Peru.
Okay, so I think this is the one that for the dare drop I have to buy that. So there's a kennel for keeping a dog. You can have a vehicle to drive around. I don't have any trophies. We can apparently get a backpack later. Get a bunch of stuff like ghillie suits or whatever. I wonder if the game's smart enough, like, if I'm wearing a white ghillie suit, it's like, hey man, that's not what you need. Oh, we can check what the lures are. So we have a jackrabbit call, a deer bleat, and a roe deer caller. Interesting. So I had all of those wrong. That's fair. We have our store where we can buy a bunch of stuff. We do have a skill point from the looks of it. So... skill. Alright. So we're apparently a stalker. So I have, what is it? 1 skill point. We have a tier 0. So at level 1, we have directional tracking cone becomes more accurate and narrow, both the world and on the map. Increase the distance at which tracks are visible and highlighted. Directional tracking cone is now even narrower and tracks are farther away. So we can just see tracks better, and all of these we don't have access to yet. Interestingly enough, these 3 are green for some reason. Gotcha. Okay, so we got where we have a bit better tracking. I'm only happy when it rains. Decreases your visibility in foggy weather, decreases your visibility in rainy weather. Why would I want that? It says decreases your visibility. Reveals information about the animal's gender when investigating footprint vocalizations. Reveals information about the approximate animal group size when investigating a zone of tracks. Hardened increases your health. Oh, my visibility. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Because it's like, why would I want poor visibility? Yeah, I mean... Okay, so we would want to... Yes, it says 1 point spent. Wait, what was that? Oh, welcome back. Happy hunting for your first challenge. Harvest 3 animals in class 1 using a shotgun. What I was trying to figure out was I had taken the 1 animal and I saved it for harvest later, but it's not what I should have done. Okay, so that's that. That's the building. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out controls and all that. So what I was trying to figure out, so there's also challenges. We probably don't have access to those quite yet. So mission log, here we go. So Maria's Animal Sanctuary. Learn about the area there. Learn about the capybara. And talk to Pablo. Harvest an animal, shoot an animal. We can read our notice boards and all that.
These are vicuñas, a species of small, agile camelid. Don't they have beautiful fur coats? For centuries, the Andean peoples captured vicuñas, shore their fleece, and then set them free. This technique, called chaco, let the herds be sustainably managed. Vicuñas are very cautious, so you will need to be quiet and invisible to sneak up on them. Their sense of smell is not so good, though.
Okay. So they hear well, but they don't smell well. And then we got capybara.
Capybaras, or onsoco as we call them, are a species of rodent with coconut-like fur. They are social, peaceful, and very popular on the internet. Capybaras have okay sight, but they have great hearing and sense of smell to detect predators. Though nobody would dare hurt a capybara, would they? Both of these species and many others in Intisuyu are threatened, but this reserve protects their habitats and keeps them safe from human development.
Yes, and it's thanks to hunters like you. Someone has to call the unhealthy animals and buy our entry passes.
Thank you, Freddy. If you're free, then why don't you help me introduce Pablo?
Oh, yes, Pablo. He's a long-time resident of Intisuyo. He's a bit of a grouch, but I'm sure he'll give you a warm welcome.
Okay. So we're getting introduced to where all the things are.
Oh, did you think that Pablo was a human? I love Pablo just like any other human. Maybe a little more. And I think our hunter is ready to get started. Unless, Freddy, do you have something?
Yes, what about the soroche for the puna?
Of course, I nearly forgot. Please head to the kitchen whenever you're ready.
Okay, so we're getting hit with a lot of, like, go click on this thing, go do that. It's giving information. It's also... So, like, obviously they're saying that we're gonna hunt a capybara at some point. Which, the way it's presenting like it is in real life, they're like, hey, you've got a sick animal, it's potentially infectious, you know, it needs to be removed from the population before it spreads disease.
This is a tea for soroche, or altitude sickness. The secret ingredient is coca leaves. It's the perfect cure. But don't tell anyone that we're giving you this, huh? The authorities would shut down Intisuyu for good.
Freddy!
Sorry, I am kidding. Coca leaves are perfectly legal. They are nothing like the white powder. You can find them at supermarkets. Go ahead and try it.
I was gonna say, they make tea with coca leaves, and it's
How
not
was it?
drugs.
Do you feel ready to take on the mountains of Intisuyu? So let me introduce you to our notice board. You might have seen it already when you entered.
Okay. Learn the animal behavior of Peru's fauna. Okay. Harvest an animal in every single region. Okay. I guess now we check on our mission log, because I've been just grabbing missions. Alright, so I've got one, which is to hunt something in every single region, or harvest an animal in every single region. To harvest 3 animals in a class 1 with a shotgun, and locate 3 need zones. What the heck is a need zone? Time for you to familiarize yourself with the land and its animals. The key to spotting animals is learning their behavior and locating their need zones. That will give you a good start for hunting experience. If you're having trouble finding any need zones, try visiting bodies of water. That gives you a clear line of sight as hunting as well. Right, so need zones would be like food, water, shelter, all that kind of stuff that you can go and pick on the animals with.
Each of the pieces of paper you see are help notices from the locals. And if you complete them, then they come with nice rewards. So make sure to check this board and the other boards in the reserve. You never know when the locals will put up a new notice.
So
Why
your
don't you
quests.
try it out? Take any of the pieces of paper you see.
I already did.
Sorry. That was not a notice. María, esa Vargas ha vuelto a poner un aviso de su reserva.
Esta cojuda. Su reserva está a miles de kilómetros desde aquí. ¿Qué rencorosa puede ser? My apologies. Please take any of the other notices on the board. Give us an update when you complete 3 of them. Then we can talk about next steps.
Okay, remove the rival posters from the notice
and if you
boards.
see another of those posters, then please take it down. They are not authorized material.
Okay. Oh, that is miles away. Okay, well we're not going on a 3-mile hike to take down a poster. Okay, so let's go here and start going to our first thing. So we've got the mission log of going after class 1 animals with a shotgun, which is a great grison, a western mountain coati, and a cinnamon teal. I don't know what those are, but you know, we can go out here and do that. Birds, you think? Well, the middle one was definitely, it was something that looked like a raccoon or a badger. I only saw like the profile of the head, but it's definitely some kind of mammal, but not exactly sure. So with this, so we have the map. What's that icon? Can I see? Tracked animal species puma. Right, so we definitely don't want to actually track a puma. So let's go out here. We'll wander the trail a little bit, look for some footprints until we see something. The coati is a small mammal as well. Yeah, it would make sense that we're hunting stuff like, you know, in the range of, you know, squirrel, badger, raccoon, you know, something that's a relatively small prey. Because, like, we're using a shotgun, and as best I can tell, we're not using something like slugs. So it'd be probably doing small game. The carnivore, gotcha. Alright, so we got our first set of footprints. So that's a puma. I want no part of the puma's business. So I wonder if when we run into things like the pumas, if they'll be like more like real life animals or more like video game animals. Because real life, if you pop off a gun and a puma's nearby, most likely it is going to GTFO. It's just gonna hear the loud noise and be like, nah, fam, I'm out. Whereas video game pumas, you fire a gun and it beelines straight at you, and then it's a matter if you can put enough bullets into it to keep it from continuing. Alright, so we got more footprints over here. So these are very old tracks. But which way? Oh, that's not tracks, they're droppings. Okay, so we got very old droppings of what we're looking for. That's a tapir. We're not looking for a tapir right now. puma again. I know somewhere along here. Okay. Alright, so we got a speckled bear. It did go away, though. So let's not antagonize the bear. We've already fussed with it. It's going its way. It's leaving us alone. We don't need to make it all feel cornered and get ourselves into a interaction with a bear as our opening hunt. Probably figure out where water is or something like that so we can actually go after these. Fresh puma droppings. I don't love that. I'm assuming that's a water hole down there, maybe? Pause by hunting. When pressure reaches dead zone, animals will avoid this area. Okay, so apparently that purple area, stay away from the purple area. We got a valley, so we got water over that way. So I'm going to say we turn to the right, which is unfortunately going towards where we saw the puma. Or not saw the puma cat. We're going to go the opposite direction the puma went. Okay, that's not what we're looking for. We're going to work our way down the hill towards that water area. We got old droppings from a puma. Yeah, okay, so we are going the right direction. At least we know where to find a puma. Yeah, it's just my whole thing being like, you know what? Brand new to the game with our basic kit. Maybe let's not upset a puma as our very first order of business. This also works out because if the green cone means my scent, it means I'm at least not advertising myself on my way to trying to find things. I don't hear it anymore. Yeah, so down the hill there's water. An ocelot. Okay, that's cool. Very old droppings. Not for something we're looking for. What am I hearing over there? Okay, we see the water way down the hill there. Oh. Oh, I see. I'm tearing up the grass. I feel that's a little exaggerated that I'm just basically a steamroller crushing the brush behind me, but, you know, that's a cool effect. I imagine it's same for the animals so that you could track them, because, like, the video game, the fine details aren't probably as there where you'd walk through and you'd see, like, the broken twigs and all that. So they kind of exaggerated a bit to make it a little bit more reasonable. Oh. That's something we're looking for. And I saw it, like, right there. Okay. I figured it's going to be an iron sight. It is a shotgun. So what we'll need to do here is we'll need to get over to wherever we see its footprints. I'm not sure if it was fleeing something else or was fleeing me, but we heard it, and then I very briefly saw it. So if I go to where it was, it'll probably leave tracks, and then the tracks leave a cone. So we'll want to sit there and kind of like try and do our best to follow it. But because we are not on tutorial land where it's going to give us a little giant arrow down on the animal, be like, animal there, we can't just take advantage of it. The other thing is those being smaller animals, especially when they're in the taller brush, then, very genuinely, I might be, like, right on top of it before I have visibility of it, but we'll see. It was right around by that tree that I'm coming up on that I think I saw it. Like, I saw an animal. I'm assuming it. Oh, there's the footprints right there. Are you hunting rabbits? No. Right now we are hunting small mammals. I don't even know what I'm seeing over there. A lot of footprints around here. Okay, we had a greater Grissom there. And it went this way. Need zone for eating. And it should show up here between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. I don't know what that marker is. Does it show on my map? Ah, it is a need zone for the animal we're trying to find. Okay, well, the footprints are going up the hill over here. Wait, what is that? Well, that's a bear. Like, I've got more footprints or something over here. At the bar right there. Yep. You notice I took one look. It's like, you know where I'm going? Not that way. Right now, my job is to go after these other things. I'm also curious in the game if I get paid for hunting anything, because in real life you shouldn't, because we're on a reserve. If I just start going and hunting anything, I am a problem. Whereas we have notices to hunt certain animals, which is what we're doing right now. Okay. We're working our way up the hill. This is the general direction we saw it go. Okay, I heard something straight ahead of me. There's something like right over that way. Look, it sounded like crunching sticks. Yeah, we got footprints that were trotting this way. Those are probably the footprints that were leading to... where we just were. So I want to say those pointed to the last set of footprints we had. Hop up here for a minute. I didn't see more footprints going up here. The thing is, start working. Let's work our way down to this brush. We've got water over there. They're eating down here. So maybe we can try and set up somewhere in between. So that way, as they go through the routine to get food and water, we can kind of figure that out. It seems like they eat in the morning from what it was saying, from 7 to 10. And it is 10:30. We've got our bear over there still snuffling about. There's the water. Yes, like I said, I think I'm going to go here, and they're going to go straight on over towards the water. Is going to be my immediate plan. And see if we get lucky and we catch anything. Okay. That bear's just over there chilling, doing bear things. Okay. Yep, so there's nothing for actually going to the spot. I figured as much. Like, when it put the icon there, I was like, okay, and we found the food, like, way up there in the hills. Like, alright, so it's just, like, a general area where we'll find food. And I'm assuming why the reason that brush was highlighted is I'm guessing that was an animal had eaten it, and we were seeing that that was eaten. Let's work our way down the hill towards the water supply. I think I'm going to actually walk. We'll probably end up scaring things again, but... chill bear. We good? I'm guessing we're good. Alright, so since we're coming up with the water, let's crouch down again and sneak up. That way, if there is anything drinking there that we have curiosity or interest in, we can do that. We are hunting... I've already forgotten what it's called. Something around the size of like a badger or whatever. I know people mentioned it earlier. Not the Codus. That wasn't the one. Is the other one. But basically we're hunting small mammals. Because the notice board was like, hey man, we need you to kill some of these smaller animals are a problem. Right now we're new to the game, and my understanding with this game, from what I was told from others who had played it, is early on it's really tough to catch stuff because you don't have any skill points, but as you level your skills, you'll get to notice stuff better. Let's say hunting games are cool, but you absolutely hate when you walk, animals instantly hears you, but when you duck walking, they don't hear you. You're making more sound duck walking, to be honest. Yep, no idea. Alright. Now, as we go in the water and realize there's crocodiles and get got. Well, there are footprints or something right along the water's edge. Something over there sounded like a duck. I'm hearing multiple animals nearby. Okay. Oh. Well, that answers that question. Looks like there's something else over here. Yeah, and I was hearing the ducks or whatever, and I was like looking to see if I could spot them on the shore, and then they flew down. I'm like, yeah, you know, that checks out. Okay, so let's sneak on over here. That's a speckled bear again. We've got something over here. And over there. A bunch of stuff over here. Looks like puma. That's an ocelot drinking location. Speckled bear. Ocelot. Ocelot. Okay, so I located enough need zones that I got a bit of a payment for that. Speckled bear.
Shh. I think there's an animal near you. Don't forget to crouch down. Move quietly and walk against the wind.
I mean, I'm assuming it's a duck, because holy crap, that duck got loud. But I don't need or want a duck. There's so much everything nearby me right now. Ocelot. Speckled bear prints. Oh, the ducks are teal? Well, okay. I mean, if I knew that, I would have blasted one of the ducks earlier. Ocelot. Very old bear scat. Very old bear scat. I hear a duck over here somewhere. Got more prints up there. Yeah, if I'd realized the ducks were teal, then I would have tried and go for them. Instead, I'm like, there's just these, just these ducks. I'm looking for these small mammals. I'm not finding their need zones. Because my assumption of the way I'd want to be dealing with some of these would be trying to get to the need zones of those animals and kind of like working my way around them. I haven't heard a duck in a while. My guess is I scared him off, like proper scared him off. So we look down this way. There is water. There is water down the hill. Yeah, so the ducks are flying V way over there. That does me no good. Let's work our way down the hill here. There's a river. We might find them down there. Because I'm assuming it'll be like a nesting area for one need, where they get their food for another need. For the animals that go out of their way for water, there'll be a different need. Case. White-tailed deer I don't care about. Not right now, at least. Okay, they're doing their thing up there. Okay. So it looks like around the different water areas, I'll have to worry about that. We're gonna try going down here. See if we can't see anything by the river. And you are what now? I think that's the white-tailed deer. We do have an objective to harvest stuff in each zone. Oh, never mind, I scared it. I was about to say, I do have an objective to harvest stuff in each zone. So maybe I shouldn't be too picky where if he's something like a deer again, maybe we just go for it. You know, that way I get my harvest from here, because like I'm trying to hunt the specific thing. And it might be for now, early on, we just take what wins we can get. Till we get some levels behind us to be able to do stuff. I feel like just blasting into the sky with a shotgun, while, yes, with the right shot, what does work. They're flying away up there. That's a bummer. We had them land on the water right in front of us. I really probably could have easily taken one of them down. Ocelot warning call. You need your dog to pop out of the bushes and laugh at him when they get there? Yep. Okay, so let's get over to the river, see if we see anything. It looks like there was the deer might be in this area, because we saw the one deer up on the road earlier, and we saw a lot of footprints back there. So it could be that their drinking spot is here. Because it's looking like the way this one might work is it might be like, okay, along this river, here's the deer drinking spot. Well, there's the bear drinking spot. You know, that they kind of have their own little zones, so you just kind of have to explore the map and learn. Okay, so 1 is a rifle, 2 is my shotgun, 3 is my revolver, 4 is my binoculars. Okay, let's see if we can't find evidence. Well, I'm not going to find duck footprints, most likely. It might be the next time we see the ducks fly over, I might take a crack at them and see if it is something like we've got bird shot and I could just fire from below, and as long as I'm in the right area, we hit them with a couple pellets and drop them. I'm backing off. Checking our map. You've got the ocelots going there. Oh, this area is huge. I do not know what a bunch of these... Oh, we got footprints on the water. White-tailed deer. Your only choice to take pictures. I've seen a few games do that kind of thing, where like there'll be like your normal hunting mode, but as an alternative, they like give you a really fancy camera or whatever. It's like mechanically the game works entirely the same, with the one difference of instead of shooting and then following the blood trail, you just snap your photo. Okay, so we got the deer there. Yeah, no, that was the thing. Earlier, I had them land in the water. I didn't catch that the ducks were, you know, like the type of duck was teal. So that was actually what I needed. And so I just completely ignored them because I was more focused on whatever the badger-looking thing was I was supposed to be also considering. This looks like an area for needs. It's a drinking area for deer. Okay. And I have noticed we've not seen any of the information in a while around that animal that we're looking for before. So we found earlier... What? Not sure what animal that was. Okay, there's a white-tailed deer fleeing. Okay. What it's going to say is we did see that the greater Grisson is right over there. So let's go back over towards the greater Grisson. And see if we can't pick up its trail. Because that's its feeding area in the mornings. Take a photo for the... within 50 miles. Sure, we'll figure that out. Yeah, so I figure I'm going to follow the river in that direction, and then when it starts to be the point where I'm going to get farther away, we'll turn inland. Because we're still trying to figure out where the, Wait, what? Was that me hitting this? The hell was that? Yeah, 50 meters. Yeah. No, so I figure, like, I don't have a camera. The downside is I am now walking in the direction of my scent. So we probably won't see much in the way of animals because they'll smell us before We are close enough. Okay. We're gonna see if we can't pick up where we left off trying to do that, because I'd gone to the idea of going near the water would help. And we just never picked up the trail again. And I kind of got in this, case of trying to figure out the other stuff. Alright, so we got some... Okay, white-tailed deer. I keep hearing noises and they keep scaring me because I don't know what animals they are. We've seen a lot of dangerous animals, footprints and scat and all that. I'd rather not roll up on a puma. Okay, so that weird sound is the deer. It's not any sound I've heard anything like a deer in real life make myself, but okay. Hey Mohunrai, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 450 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, so this is new Peru DLC. I think it's got 11 animals that are unique to this one. And then there's like a total of 14 animals or something like that on here. A bunch of new regions, all that kind of stuff. So mostly new critters to hunt with a couple of, you know, repeats like white-tailed deer and whatever. They also mentioned they've got like a crossbow as one of the weapons, I believe it was. Yeah, generally speaking, most animals are going to nope out when there's something unfamiliar. Even the animals that do get aggressive. That's the wrong direction to be going. Look, bear, I need to go that way. But I'm pretty sure that's like this. Okay, so you're fleeing now. Yeah, because broadly speaking, even a lot of animals that would potentially attack people, most of the time will leave them alone. Because most of the people going out to those areas are the hunters and other such. You usually won't have, like, random animals just rolling up. Now, there is some exceptions, like animals that are naturally curious can be dangerous. And there are some animals that do tend to be aggressive towards people. It said fleeing. Go for its word for it. And just hope that bear fled. This is not for the bear. This is, we're approaching the feeding grounds of the thing we're looking for. And last time we startled what was there right away. We're gonna try to sneak up on it this time. Yeah, polar bears, Komodo dragons, yeah. Polar bears is in the environment they're at. They're going to hunt whatever they can get. Okay, so let's check the time. It's like a little afternoon, so we're outside their eating time frame. But my hope is maybe we'll be able to pick up where we left off on their trail. And even if I don't find it, maybe I can figure out its needs. So go, where's it getting water? Where's it getting, you know... We already know it's getting food, but where it's getting water, where's it den slash nesting slash whatever. Okay. I wonder if they use the binoculars, if I'm, like, able to look where a trail was. I'm assuming no. Okay, so previously we had noticed they had eaten up here. So I'm assuming because it said they eat in the morning, that trail is long cold so far as earlier. But if we could find the footprints, I could start following them back to figure out where they went. But it's somewhere up here that we had first run into where they had been eating. Yeah, no footprints, no anything. That area is the area we had hunted. We noticed the ocelot and the bear went over there. Yeah, it keeps mentioning this, is hoping we could, try and change it over. I'm also sure, like, some of these animals are making noises for what we're looking for. And if I knew, like, if I had already got experience with them, I'd hear a sound and be like, oh, it's over there. You know, start moving that direction. But because we're new and we don't know, other than sounds that's like that's obviously a bird or whatever, it's hard for me to know what I should care about and what I shouldn't. That I heard. Noises of wood stuff being crushed. Might have been me. Alright, let's go back down to the water. And we can just meander around the water again and just watch for anything. We'll just take something out. Because we do have an objective to hunt and capture or harvest one animal in each area. Which again feels weird from the wilderness reserve side of things. Okay, we got, I think, footprints over here. Bear footprints. Okay, we've got the cinnamon teal. Okay. That's a little dodgy because it's also the same direction the bear went. Whereas before we were loud enough that the bear would give us a warning before we got on top of it. If I'm sneaking up on the bear, that's a different problem. Okay. So we're working our way down. And hopefully we get at least one of these. Because we're doing a whole lot of running around in circles. Get a whole lot of nothing. That's 50 to 60 yards. So I don't really see it because of the reeds and all that. Where are you, little ducky friends? Because I need to fill you up with little metal balls. It's nothing personal, but someone asked me to, and I'm not going to question it. Says you're fleeing, you didn't fly away. Well, that was a very strange sound for a shotgun. There's duck droppings everywhere. Yeah, the dog pops up and laughs. Alright, well, we're going to... Yeah, so we didn't get marked as being where their needs at. But clearly they all bunched up down there. And I've, like, previously when I noticed a lot of these times with the kind of teal color ones, it usually led to needs. Okay, so we're missing out on where all that's going on. That was such a weird sounding shotgun. So question, where I shot? Okay. Because there was a thing that mentioned, like, being, like, you'd... An ocelot mating call. we got footprints or something over here. Very old bear poop. Yeah, so this is the feeding ground of one of the animals we're looking after, that we're trying to hunt. But it says they go in the morning. That's a Sanctuary Valley. Let's start working our way just over here. Kind of just explore more. I think that's going to be a big part of this. Is just exploring till we start figuring out, like, where certain animals tend to go. And then once we start getting an idea for that, that lets us know where to kind of try and... Okay, we've got an ocelot making lots of mating calls up there. I have no idea, Burning Sun. To be clear, time is not passing very fast. It is only 1 p.m. in game. Let's pull up this pin. Nope. Place the pin up on that hill. Or it's like a landmark or whatever. And we'll see what we can figure out. The big curiosity is also going with is us trying to check where the animals would go for water, and that's the reason I went to the lake and then the river, and we found a couple of spots right by the lake. We really didn't find anything by like the stream or river or whatever it was. It looks like the bears get around. I also wish I knew what the difference between the white and the blue ones were. Well, I guess it's overcast. The center, like, in my head, it's like, you know, it's awfully dark for it being 1 p.m. It also makes you wonder with the simulation side of the game, is there just, like, you know, dozens of animals wandering around at any given time? There probably is. Like, they wouldn't load... There's the tapir. It's running away. It hurt us, I'm assuming. We'll definitely have to see what we can do for, hiding things. Like, make it so you're quiet. Warning call on the bear. We'll just get her distance. I'm also wondering if we get to this high vantage point, if I'll be able to see where some of the animals are. Like, too far to take a shot or anything and do anything, but maybe enough to kind of see where they're moving. Imagine one thing we could do is I could go back to the place, sleep until it's getting to be near feeding time for one of the animals we're looking for, go to that area where they're supposed to feed, and then once we get there, just kind of set up shop. Okay. We're almost up to this vista where I guess we'll be able to see a bunch of stuff. Oh, we got scat, it looks like. There's the taper again. Okay. We can walk around and see what we can see up here. Got ourselves an outhouse. Good old litter. Okay, new locations added to the map, level up. Alright, so by gaining a level, that should help us a little bit. Gotcha, so there's apparently an undiscovered location there and there. We have a lookout point here and here. We have an outpost over there. We can fast travel back home, that's good news. Oh, we got a perk point. Okay. Oh, 1 second. I see. So there's actually, you can get Stalker or Ambusher. Scent Tincture, Spotting Knowledge. Increase the amount of information gained from the last animal spotted. Okay. So, like, you've got different things here. But we're looking at perk points. So, at the perk points, we can do archery, shotguns, handguns, and rifles. So muscle memory unlocks the ability to ready your next shot without leaving aim on any of your guns. Increase ready of firing all weapons. You can hold your breath longer. Less wobble. You can reload while running. Provides things that damage from animal attacks is reduced for a short duration after landing a shot on an aggressive animal. Increases the accuracy of gauging distance on spotted animals. Quick draw, lightning hands, shotguns, both eyes open. So these all seem to apply to everything. Decrease the edge blurred when using shotguns and iron, red dot, or holographic sight. Each level unlocked increases the effect. Fast shouldering. Let's see, tracer shot. The ability to trigger a tracer shot when firing shotguns. Pellets will leave behind smoke trails indicating the spread of the bullet. Let's see. Recoil management. Full draws faster. Move and shoot. Wobble less while moving. Increased confidence. We get our bow and arrows back. So this is all interesting because I don't know which I'd even want to do. Yeah, so the first one is unlocks the ability to ready your next shot without leaving aim mode for rifles, shotguns, and handguns. For that one, allows you to reload while running. Decreases the edge blur with shotguns only. So really, honestly, that's the only one I'd consider. None of those particularly excite me, but it is a perk. What animal? Okay. So I've got some water down this way. Let's work our way down here. So it seems like we get our skill up. Considering it said it was 50 yards away, and it was a puma warning me, maybe we leave that one alone. Taper. Taper again. Taper was running here. That is a Taper's resting spot from 10 to 2. We're right about to finish 2. As the puma running away. The Taper trotted away. We're going to go down by the water. It seemed like the puma ran that way. Calm down, Ocelot. Just getting a feel, because I'm assuming that the Taper probably goes down this hill to get water. Like I said, for what we're hunting, what I think we'll do is, once I go and I check out this water edge for any areas where the animals go to drink, I think I'll fast travel back to the house, will rest, give myself enough of a buffer that I can get back out to where the animals would hunt, or not hunt, would be going to feed that we're after. All right. Oh, there's a blue spot there. Because I'm assuming we'll have one or two animals that this will be their drinking area. Okay, they're moving on. Okay, so you ran off. That's a taper again. That's fine. At this point, I'm just trying to jog around this river because I'm already accepting I'm fast traveling and going to see about sleeping until the time frame that we can go after the first mammal. I'm just curious if we'll catch like someone's watering area. I'm glad this game doesn't have, like, hunger and thirst mechanics or something like that, where we'd have to, like, constantly drink our water and, you know, get ourselves a bite to eat and these kind of things. Doing a quick circle around the river, or lake. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a different strategy. Because I do not feel like this is working out. That's fine. Oh, wait. Maybe they would have landed if I hadn't been just jogging. Oh, no. Are you debating it? What are you doing? I don't think there's another lake in that direction. No, because the other lake we've seen them land at is way over there. Well, let's fast travel back down here. And then, like I said, what you probably will do is I think it said they started eating at 7 in the morning. Yeah, 7 to 10 in the morning they go there. So it's 2 p.m. So let's see if we can pop in here real fast. Let's also check for additional notices. Nope. Okay. So let's see. We can aim for 6. Which is going to cost us 250, whatever our money is. Okay. We start working our way up here because what should happen is those animals should go to that area to eat in not super long. That makes me uncomfortable. It said the puma was chasing, and I just keep hearing it behind me. I don't like this at all. It's definitely getting closer. I mean, yes, there's a reason I have my revolver. I don't see it. I'm trying to get down this hill where I can get some more time to aim at it. I wanted to check whatever that was. But I think I got bigger problems right now. Well, I've been having problems finding the animals, This feels like that's not the issue right now. I have no gauge for how close they are. Yeah, if we get down to that... If we get down here... then they'll have no choice but to come, like, way out in the open to pursue me farther. It means I'll have enough time to get a couple shots off before however it pans out, pans out. I don't hear them anymore. Never mind. There they are. It's almost time for the things that we're trying to hunt, which should come somewhere around here to eat, go up. Think I lost him? Okay. Yeah, so right about to enter the time frame that our friends here will hunt. Or not hunt. Come out to eat. And my assumption is they'll come from that tree line up there. Because when we came by the last time, that's where they had eaten the grass, is near the edge where the trees were. Alright. Just trying to get up here a little farther. I guess park myself in some bushes. Okay. I noticed it mentioned something about spotting animals. With like binoculars versus other things. Okay, still about 10 in-game minutes. Like I said, I would kind of work my way up to this tree line because that's where I saw the food eaten last time. It was like right over here. Downside, if I'm wrong, gonna blow our scent directly across the area where they feed. So I sprayed myself with some of the scent thing, which I'm assuming is like a suppressant. Okay, so we do have some tracks over here. Looks like the tap here. Okay. So it's almost in the time frame. Okay. Trying to scooch a little to this side so where they come from up or downhill, hopefully my scent won't be in the way to scare them off. Okay. Alright, we're officially in the window where they should be coming around here to eat. Trying to get where I get a little bit better sight up that hill. First, I've got that little ridge in there. Okay. I'm expecting this to be a pretty small creature, too. Okay. So just trying to get a set of eyes on this thing. Obviously, like, we're just kind of standing out here in the middle. But not exactly the stealthiest. But I haven't noticed the idea of being able to, like, lay down prone or anything like that. I'm sure we get some cool kit later, but not seeing anything of that nature yet. Alright. I am noticing when I pull out the binoculars, other sound drops away. So I think you lose a lot of situational awareness with that. There's lots of tree crunching noises coming down from here. Come on. This is where you eat this time of day. They definitely keep hearing tree crunchy sounds down there. Well, that's just it. Because this is a relatively small mammal that we're hunting, it could be in that tall grass and pretty well hidden. There's also a thing where it's like some of those sounds are very distinctly birds. But then there's a bunch of sounds like, man, that could be a bird. That could be some other critter. It's like, that squawking's a bird. Okay. Where? I don't think it's just an ambient sound. It might be the sound of, like, feeding or whatever, because I have noticed, like, cue sounds, important sounds, they do make louder than they actually are. Okay. I was enjoying your frisky morning munching, and then suddenly, wham! Jedi name Storge runs into me. I'm guessing that's the sound of feeding. Because they're solidly in the range. Either that or I'm slowly losing my grip on reality. Which is very possible. Okay. I'm gonna go back up to where we saw the, It's a puma using animal calls to lure us in? Absolutely. Like I said, I'm working my way back up the hill where we saw them munch last time, because even if I miss them eating, if I can at least get on some kind of a trail, that gives me something to work with. Because right now, I'm kind of just standing around, hoping something shows up. Which is realistic for actual hunting. A lot of actual hunting is like staking out a spot, getting yourself where they, the animals won't be able to see you very well, and then just, waiting till the animal shows up. You're walking around, scent of the area. I mean, right now I've got a bottle of scent that's supposed to be, like, masking my scent. But I don't know to what degree the game handles things. I mean, right now I'm heading roughly in the direction that my scent is being carried. I'm as much doing this because I'm looking to see if any of the stuff up here got chewed on. Because that's where we, the last time, that's where we saw evidence that the animal had even been here. We had seen up by this tree line that the animals had chewed up a bunch of the reeds. Hey, Crazy, how's it going? Can I join you? No, I am playing on my own for a sponsored segment. Generally speaking, I don't typically do much multiplayer. Yeah, so no sign of anything eaten. No sign of footprints or scat. Okay. So my scent's going up the hill now. All right. Yeah, you don't have any, like, special markings. Let's see. So it's just got a bunch of coordinates. It does tell me that the greater Grissons will be here from 7 to 10 is their normal time frame. We're at about 8. What am I seeing down there? Okay. Hmm. The watering hole. There is a lake downhill. We checked it out previously. We didn't see where it said they were drinking water from down there. But we did see, like, some other animals got marked. But the assumption is this animal would eat at this relative location between 7 and 10 a.m. and then it'd move on to its next spot. You know, barring, of course, if we accidentally chase it away or whatever. But usually when you startle an animal, it'll actually have, like, a call you can detect that it's fleeing kind of thing. I don't think we've chased it away. All right. Our sense suppressing thing is getting ready to getting pretty low. So then the question is, do I continue to stand around here hoping it shows up? Or do we work our way down to the water? Maybe not catch the ducks down there that we could also hunt. Because I haven't seen or heard anything. Just the random birds. Yeah, we're gonna start moving down towards the water. I'm tired of just standing here walking in circles with no idea if I'm making any kind of progress or not. Okay. It's up there with a warning call. That's still something. It means we know the animal is somewhere here. But if we work our way up here, even if it's taken off running, the chance we could pick up its trail. Alright, where you is? It's, I think, 50 to 70 yards. Should be out here somewhere. $30 to 40 yards. So it is fleeing. Before we get too far, let's just see if I can't find any kind of anything for it. Because if it's fleeing, yeah, there we go. So you can try chasing it now this way. Unless it's the tapir's things again. It is. Okay, we are officially on its trail. Because it just now came through here. It squished the grass. We can keep following the squished grass, which I believe I have already lost track of. We should, in theory, be able to follow it to wherever it's at. Those are very old ocelot droppings. That's Puma, so we've got the wrong directions. Yes, those are very fresh. Yeah, so you walk this way. So the question is, wounds, varied bleed rate. We don't have anything like that. We do have that it went somewhere along here. So to the path to the right there, that might have been the Puma and all that. There's your fresh poop. Try leaning up this way more. That's an ocelot that went to the right. Okay, so you went that way. We'll check you in a minute. Okay, so let's circle back to these footprints. They've gone over here somewhere. There's more footprints over on my left. Okay. Just really hoping those are what we're looking for, but it looks like tapir. Nope. There's the bear. So one of the things we want to test. Feed zone discovered for you. Okay. So that's kind of cool. Okay, so I have to be zoomed in just a little bit for it to spot an animal. Okay. Unfortunately, there's a very good chance I've chased this animal off. I know. I'm giving you distance. Okay, so you're running away. Yeah, so we lost track of it because I have fat paths that like go back and forth over itself. Not sure what we can do to rectify that. It seems like for walking around, I either want my GPS out or binoculars. And that if we spot with the binoculars, that it gives me stuff. Because it told me when he did the bear, it said like, hey, you've located a feeding spot. I don't see it. Oh, unless it marked as a feeding spot, I have to walk over there and physically tag it as a feeding spot. Could be a weird requirement. Alright, so let's try backing off away down the hill. Okay. Alright, so we didn't see that. We still don't know where this particular animal that we're after gets its water. The ducks also aren't out about yet from the sounds of it. I imagine it's also one of those games where you turn down the graphics so that the vegetation is nowhere near as dense. It probably gets easier. And it backed off a ways in hopes that maybe this thing will circle back. We're still in the range that, in theory, it'll try and eat. I'm also curious to watch, since we saw how big the bear was. Like, when we back off, how long will it take for the bear to come back? Like, will it come back pretty promptly, or will it just nope and that's it for the day? Okay. We're at 9. I don't see the bear yet, but I'm not a good angle. Yeah, so the bad news is it looks like the bear's staying gone. If that's the case, it means most likely the animal I scared off earlier trying to hunt probably will also stay gone. Okay. So I'm sure I'm hearing a bird, but it is right over here. So we can try that and see what happens. Yeah, so we've only managed to catch one animal so far, which is the tutorial animal. They didn't really do a good job of, like, teaching much beyond it's like, oh, it's right there. And then shot it, and then instantly it's like, good job. Okay. There you go, footprints. So what I might do is say to heck with this animal, and then walk to like the other side of the refuge or whatever. Because it's supposed to be like 3 different types of animals we can go after. Yeah, so there's an ocelot. Okay, so which way are you going? You're going this way. Okay, so you're 100 to 140 yards away. Going to need to turn my angle, though, because my scent is going that way. Now, granted, I have the spray that's supposedly suppressing my scent. I have no idea how good it is. Yes, it said 100 to 140 yards was the distance we heard that sound. So hopefully we can get over this hill. Maybe I can get binoculars on it. Alright, where are you? So 30 to 40 yards. Try not to get closer. Just because I feel like we're going to go over the hill and it's going to run off before we have a chance to do anything. Let's try and bring it around. To the side here. In theory, we're very close to the side. It's still in their feeding time, so it might be trying to get back over there to its feeding grounds. Something down the hill over there. In our spot there. Okay. So we're near to this thing. We didn't get the warning that's fleeing. There's very old scat there. Very fresh scat here. There's a pattern worn. There's a path woven worn down there. We are helping with a nature reserve. So we're being asked to hunt animals, you know, to help the reserve in unspecified ways. It's basically a game for hunting, but, you know, they kind of do the hand wave that's like, this is why you're hunting, and this is why, like, you shouldn't feel bad. You're doing a good thing. Okay, we are following its trail now. Just gonna follow this nice pressed trail that it's got. And then when we get close, no. We can deal with it. The Puma that way. We have no interest in that. Oh, come on. We've got more scat, which is fresh. Okay, so I'm just kind of skulking behind this thing, trying to figure out where it's at. The good news is the wind is blowing behind us now. I would really like to get ourselves another catch, because we got the one that was like the scripted tutorial one at the beginning. Now we're trying to go for our first one that's not tutorialized. And we're definitely struggling. I was warned by multiple people that, like, to do this game, it starts out as hard as it gets, and each time you get a skill, like, it makes it easier. Okay, so it's getting a little harder for me to make out where your path is. Okay, there's something down that way. Might be what we're looking for. Their feeding area is just over that hill. But it looks like the path is no longer... Oh! One of them just ate over there somewhere. I'm pretty sure that was it fleeing I saw. Okay, we got a new path to follow. Also, just deal with the bigger animals because they're easier to spot. In this brush, I'm on top of them, I still don't see them. Okay. And you're running down the hill. Maybe we'll figure out where it goes for water at this rate. Okay, its path cuts through on that side. Okay. But yeah, no, definitely be curious to see, like, when you got a bunch of skill points and all that in here, so you can, like, stock stuff easier and all that. How much a difference does that make? The being able to spot animals through your binoculars from even farther away, or not even using them, but using your gun. And that all helping. So imagine this thing's dashed off to wherever it's going to next. It says very fresh still. Which isn't super shocking. I am like slowly creeping behind it. Okay, so you went to the right this time. You know, I don't see the actual path, but I do see the footprints, so I'll just keep on going. Because we only know where it eats. We don't know where it nests, and we don't know where it drinks. So if we got that information, that would give us multiple opportunities to try and go after it. Okay, so now it's only trotting. It's no longer running. But because of that, it's not leaving much of a path now. There, we got something over there. Or scat from the looks of it. Okay. Just so much wandering around, just trying to catch stuff. There's the reasons why, like, when you look at hunting, for example, in Red Dead Redemption, there's so much gamification to simplify it. I think it's right over there. I think that's what that chirping I'm hearing is. Not that chirping, that's a bird. Let's go towards that. Okay, it's still trotting. We did have some type of sound over there. You don't have path of any kind that's cleared here. Oh, there's another spot. Imagine every once in a while the animals stop moving. Whether it's to feed or rest, drink, whatever. So that's old now. $50 to $70 yards. That general direction. Hasn't run away again. Gotta be close here somewhere. 50, 70 yards, I'd expect to be up by that bush. Nope, not what we're looking for. Different animal making noise. Alright. So that tells me how much far off it can be. It's pointing that way, but we have the path this way. Assuming because it didn't start running again, we gotta be like right on this thing. Okay, that time we have a mating call, not a warning or anything like that. It's over here somewhere. I want to assume if it's stopping to do a mating call, it's not running around quickly now. Mating call 80 to 110 yards. Yeah, we've lost the trail here. Come on. I'd also guess if it's doing a mating call, it's probably by wherever it's nesting or denning or whatever. Which would be more good information. Man, I eagerly await having more perks to make this less of an ordeal. I have a feeling I'm going to pop this hill. It's going to be right here and scatter on me again. Not what we're looking for. Looks like there's a path of some kind up ahead. Okay, so it's walking this way. Okay, so it is resting, it is calm. And now it's asleep. Just extra sleepy, that's all. Okay. So we hit it in the flesh, intestines, lumbar, vertebrate, liver, pelvis. We basically hit it all. It is a shotgun. It does do that thing. Improper animal used for this thing. Oh, I was just told I needed to use a shotgun. Okay. So we accept that now. The harvest is not taxidermied or saved. The latest unsaved harvest can be saved later from the harvest manager. I still am not sure what this means. We'll do that. So I did get paid for doing that. Accept. Alright, so we made progress. Thanks for getting all the bits back together. That's the thing, it's like... Okay. Alright, so we still need to get 2 more class 1 creatures. Oh, do we actually found... Do we actually get that labeled as its nesting area? Oh, so there's a sleeping area for them. So we do have a hunting pressure that we've done because we have hunted an animal in this area, other animals will avoid this area for the time being. What I wanted to check, though, is... You know, it went to sleep over here. I was curious if I was going to see the actual spot where it's like, this is your den sleeping area. Okay. Alright, what do we got over here? So you ran this way. So it's possible that when I shot the one, it alerted another one and sent them packing. Okay, so we got an achievement for walking 6 miles. You know the chest next to the doctor's house in the medieval dynasty? You figured out after time to start fresh tools, weapons, and gear? Gotcha. Say we had a boar run away from here. This is their eating area, so I definitely lost track of what I was following. Very old droppings from you. Yeah, so basically this area that we just killed the one animal in, they do have a thing so you just can't, you know, like, abuse it, where it does kind of have a whole thing where, very old, very old, very old. Prodding. Running. He walked that way. We can't pick up the trail on another one. Well, that's an ocelot. Let's leave that alone. Okay, you're trotting here. Because we keep following, we're likely to find some poop. And get an idea how long it's been not here. Very old. You're going the wrong way. Alright, warning call on an ocelot. Let's see if we can't skirt around that without upsetting it too much. A puma is fleeing. An ocelot is fleeing. Okay, you're trotting this way. What direction was yours? Yes, you're trotting this way. That's fine. Okay. Got the tapir over there. Okay, got a couple different spots. Got a spot down here that might be something. Okay, came through here. Very old poop. That's the puma running away. Okay. Oh, we got something over here. Just trying to work out where it should go. This looks like a tapir. Yep, not what I'm looking for. I wonder if I gained any skill points or anything like that. No new skill points for just the one. Okay, that's an ocelot. Puma. Ocelot. And I think my trails run cold. Ocelot. Or maybe... Oh, nope, there we go. We're back in the trail. And we got down the hill here. We got a couple things. Very old. Tapir. Just old. And a trot. It says the trot's going that way. We'll deal with that in a moment. Trot this way. Very old. Looks like he came over here and turned around. I just want to keep checking because it's a lot of footprints here. Very old. You're going this way. Very old. Looks like the thing almost just paced around out here. Not sure what it wanted to do. Trot over this way. I'm assuming this is leading me on to another place where they're either eating or nesting or whatever. Walking to the right. That's a tapir. They're walking this way, but we had more footprints up here. Trotting that way. We get the tapir again. There's some more footprints. Just got trotting. Only old poop, not very old. Very old poop again. All right. Another one that's only old. Okay, I'm not seeing... Oh, there we go. Okay, because it's also giving me an idea where these things are moving around in the map. A couple marks up here to worry about. Got old. And more footprints. I believe it goes old all the way up to fresh. And fresh are pretty close on its heels. Old. Very old. There you are. Trot going that way. Old. Yeah, let's head back up this way, see if I messed up things. Because I could see where the animals would sometimes, like, kind of go back and forth to do stuff. And that could be misleading on the path. I think these are the foot... Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Maybe this is a different animal, I just wasn't paying... No? It's showing it that way. I'm going to continue up here. Okay, they continue walking this way. Because it could be that they use this going both directions, like to and from their eating area or whatever. So you have two sets of footprints kind of crossing over the same general area. I'm moving down the hill and checking, and if we don't see anything, we'll move up the hill. That's what we're looking for. Got something down here. Again, old. Another one old, so somewhere around here maybe. Alright, so I'm just kind of circling this area. Seeing if we can't find any more footprints. We got something up the hill here. Okay, we got more path. Well, we're finding the path all the way across the entire area. So again, old, not very old. That's what we're looking for. It is currently alert. At 70 to 100 yards away. It's now calm. Okay, so it's resting over there. I've got to get 3 of these things, so... The question then here is, there's 2 of them next to each other. Can we pull it off? Because obviously when I fire the first one, the second one is not going to hang around very long. And I really don't know how close I need to be with these shotgun pellets, or how much spread they have, or anything like that. Okay, so that's their actual sleeping zone up there. Just this is where they happen to be. Okay, you're alert. You're calm. Well, no, the objective I have is I have to hunt these one. Find 50 tracks of for the same animal. But for this objective, I need to use a shotgun on them. I don't know if I hit it or not. It's so hard to get a feel for that shotgun in any capacity. Okay, so I did hit it. Not a good hit, but I did hit it. Oh no, it says it's bleeding a bit. When they started to group up, I was kind of hoping they get so close to each other I could hit them both. Alright. So we'll go ahead and grab that one. So let's drop back to the other one, because we scattered 2 of them. As you went down that way, where did the other one go? I'm assuming I'm hearing that chirping noise is the other one. We're going, like, straight into the wind. Alright. Come on. Ah, I gotcha. It's telling me, it's like, hey man, you're not gonna catch much more out here. Because basically, once you've killed an animal in an area, it becomes like an area that animals won't go for a while. Okay, so what do we got? Yep. Animals I'm not looking for. I guess there are questions. So we have the sleeping area. So they sleep from 10 to 14, and then they eat from... Sorry, they would eat down here from 7 to 10. Which is interesting. That makes you wonder where they go from the next area. There's a couple pools of water here, so maybe we check the water nearby and see if the animals, if there's like an area where they go for water nearby there. We're just gonna run through here. We just killed an animal here, so it's, you know, scattered everything in the area. We're putting all this time in, we're learning this one animal fairly well. We know where it sleeps, we know where it eats. Now I just need to know where it gets its water. That's fresh. That's past where I shot the one. Yeah, so probably this way. Eh. Okay, we've got one over here. It's 80 to 100 yards, so it's a little ways out. Most likely to have buggered off because of being noisy. Yeah, there's a good chance this is where they come for water. Most likely, I'll have some footprints or something around here. Okay. Thank you, Commodore, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. You've been subbed to the channel for 6 months. That's half a year. And thank you so much for that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot, so I do really appreciate it. Now, we heard it, but I don't see any traces of it. So I'm just looking to see if we can't find any, like, leavings, footprints, anything like that. To at least find that much. Get work from there. Okay. That way. The good news is, once we get that, that'll be the 3 that we need for the objective. It's pretty, like, it's like you're using the wrong ammo. It's like, okay, but, you know, I was told to use this gun. And sure, I probably could have gone back and, bought different shotgun shells. Didn't know that till we got out here. Nope. All I had to do was just immediately be like, oh, I lost the trail, to, like, pull out tab to, like, backtrack. I'd find it again. Yeah, I'm assuming this is where they go to get their water, is over here. Okay, you're running here. Okay. Just need to figure out... Oh, there's the trail. Well, there was a trail. I saw it for like 2 seconds. Okay, there's path up there. All right. That is a white-tailed deer, which is not what we're looking for, but there's another something right past it. Okay, fresh poop. Okay. Well, this time we're like really in the thick of this brush. I did like when they were laying down the road where it's nice and easy. Okay, so got more path up ahead. The heck are you? Alright. Oh, the Vicuna, the one they're like, you know, is really good at kind of like noticing you or whatever. I think it's supposed to be one of the harder ones that we'll end up going after just because it'll be very elusive. Okay, and which way does it say you're going? You are now walking in this general direction. Okay. Yeah, no, it's honestly kind of curious what skill points you should go to early on, because there's like the one being able to spot those landmarks of like where the trail is from much farther away would make it a lot easier to reliably track. At the same time, making it so you're far less likely to alert the enemy also is a big one. Not the enemy, the thing you're hunting. And then in addition to that, they have where like, would you calm down and going the other way? That one's marked as old. But I have noticed they go... Yeah, so you're running away, that's fine. I have noticed they go from fresh to old very quickly. Kind of hoping... Yeah, if there's like a, if there's like a walk, as opposed to having to crouch everywhere. There probably is. But I don't know my shortcuts in the game yet. Okay, and they're trotting. Yeah, like with these animals. Oh, yeah. Okay, so it doesn't actually keep that many marks. It's just about to the point where I did the last one. It's like just the idea that like from where they feed, we got like the slow path going across where I took one out there, we took one out where it was the resting spot. And now we're just going to wherever's next. This one seems to be leaving way less trail than the other two. I did notice the first one we had was considered trivial, and then we went from trivial to very easy. So it could be that every time I get one of these, like, you get a slightly tougher one. Or it could be absolutely nothing, and it just happened to be the way they rolled on that. Oh, we got something up there. Got a couple things up here, actually. Got something there and there. Probably scat and footprints. Probably two different animals, just judging from the distance from each other. That's marked as very old. The heck? Oh, that's a different one. Okay, so judging from where we had our last spot over there, either one, I'm going to continue on here. Or I'm going to go up the hill more. That's fine, don't care about that. Fine, don't care about that. Okay, I've lost track of what I'm actually trying to go after. And the poop farther up the hill, I probably just need to keep going. If we're far enough behind, it's getting marked as very old. Yes, that was the poop over there. So just try to keep going ahead. It's got overlapping trails, that's causing confusion. And I'm assuming you're also now what I'm looking for. Nope. Poaching, are we? No, it's, the idea is you've been hired by the reserve to help do stuff like call, like, the sick animals, that kind of thing. You're helping maintain things. That's not what we're after. Well, I do feel like this one has given me the slip. Oh, wait, never mind. So it's already fleeing, so it's not like I can scare it more. But yeah, like, now you're like a volunteer hunter who is being, like, commissioned to deal with stuff. Very old. Very old. Where are your footprints or anything? Don't want to push you, bear. Just trying to pick up this trail. Really, I'm going... Really, I'm going the wrong way. Okay, so it was down here somewhere we had the warning call that it was up here. So let's try going a little bit wider this direction. Also, is there any interesting landmarks nearby? I mean, there's that. People on the internet. The trolling effort is just kind of sad. Okay, that's puma droppings. Alright, what do we got over here? Where the puma sleep. And we're in the time frame that they sleep here. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and turn around real fast and walk away from that problem. Okay. So we definitely have lost the trail. Because it seemed like it was kind of going up this hill. But we're not finding the animal we're looking for. Are you going wide or left, maybe? Okay, well, we found poop for what we're looking for. So let's just keep going up this way. Alright, and it got alerted and started running. That's the duckling, I don't care about them. It's the wrong animal, wrong animal. Still the wrong animal. Okay, there is a point of interest up here. I might just cut that way, because we have not been finding the path this animal's been taking. And I'm assuming I've just scattered them in such a big way now. Alright, let's move her. Oh wait, let's check this. It's probably gonna be more of those hoofstock, whatever they were. Or different ones. We got white-tailed deer. The point is, not what we're looking for. Okay, what I was going to say is, let's move the marker up there. So I can get this point of interest. If we happen to find this thing, great. If not, that's fine too. Okay. Those same deer things. Stop with all your weird warning calls. Got tons of random things up here. None of which are what I'm looking for. That's a bear. Let's leave the bear alone. Oh, wait. We're back on our trail. This is what we're looking for again. Let's just peek over here. And see if we see anything. Dear goodness, let me over. Let's see if we can find your trail. Okay, that's fresh. I don't know which way it went, because there's a ton of different footprints around here. Guessing it's more over to the right. It was fresh, so we've already started catching up. Okay.
Husband,
Wifey.
that he finds.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
I hope so.
You will. For like an hour.
What time were you getting up?
7, I think.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
All right.
Hi, Harry.
All right. Well, I love you.
I love you. You're handsome.
You sleep well. Okay, and as a reminder, there will not be a stream tomorrow or the day after. Basically what's happening is I am spending time with my niece and nephew, doing really fun stuff. And it just so happens to be that means, like, we'll be, I'll be away from the home and everything for all that, so I won't be able to do it. Alright. Let's see. Bow hunting was your go-to in this game, but you really can't find any reason to play it right now. Since there's other more interesting stuff you want to do. Yeah, no, I mean, that happens. This is actually my first time playing it. And we're definitely, like, figuring a lot of stuff out. It's taking a while, but it's not been too bad. Alright, so you're walking this way. I don't think that's your poop. I think that's, like, deer poop over there. Yeah, no, it'd be nice if there was a way to, like, not have to crouch walk everywhere when it comes to, like, pursuing stuff. Obviously, the other way to approach it would be to go where the animal is going to be and set up until the animal comes through. Alright. The only reason I'm doing the shotgun right now is because the mission or task or whatever is I have to kill class 1 animals with a shotgun. Which is why I'm chasing the animals I'm chasing, is they are class 1s. Okay, let's get up the hill real fast. If we get this last one, we'll at least get that objective done. That's more of those footprints. Yeah, it's considered old, so we'll just kind of walk. Yeah, it was angled more that way, but that's fine. You don't remember which tab, though, is for graphics? All you really need to know is that white is an animal you're not tracking, and magenta is the animal you are tracking. I see. There's a bajillion footprints down here. I'm not finding the ones I'm looking for. I have to backtrack up the hill. Oh, wait, there we go. So, don't care about white, only care about magenta. Okay, that's fine. There we go. That's fine. You're fleeing. Well, it's been a hot minute. Oh. Hey. Really got headbutted for a good chunk of my health. Alright, so I'm running back up the hill because I've lost the trail. So where was it? Very old. Just switching between these as much as possible. I was guessing it might be like when you get far enough away, maybe it doesn't realize it's the same animal or something. Oh, it's the birds panicking. Okay. I'm tagging all these things. Not finding what I'm looking for. Let's start backing up here. You apparently are just freaking out in this area. Hmm. It looks like my whole, Okay, so we still got this spot. The cone's from here to here. Trying to keep an eye on the side, just in case it turned. Oh, wait, here we go. We got another spot. That's the poop. So that would imply I should keep going this way. Oh, come on. Yeah, I don't know where this one goes, because, like, we found the first two. There's a chance it double backed or something. We just lost the trail. Regardless of what happened, I'm not finding it again. Oh, wait, here we go. So you're going up this way now. Okay. Cool, it's not going straight towards the bear. That's only old, not very old. I'm continuing to go away, man. Chill out, bear. There's so many footprints everywhere around here. Got deer scattering over there. Okay. This last one is proving to be way more of a pain than the others. Yes, there's your poop. And the footprints were down there, going this way. Which they don't want to go right because that's relative to where the bear was. Let's keep our eye. Oh, wait, there we go. More right over here. Yeah, this craggy tree-covered area proving to be far harder to keep track of the different tracks up here. So, I know it's not the one we're tracking right now, but I'm gonna grab this. Because it is marking their nesting area. Okay. So we're back up here. There's their nesting area. Let's see if we can't find this path again. As they just wander the entire world. I keep thinking I'm hitting the edge of the map or something when I start sliding along. It's just the way the brush is. Okay, there's another part of the path. It keeps going between walking and trotting. Oh, here we go again. So hopefully this will give me an idea, and I'm keeping it where if we're at very old or old, I'm going to just walk normally. Anything else will drop down to... Don't care. We'll drop down to the normal walk speed. Okay, you turned. Just now. Okay. That's the path from earlier. Let's not get distracted by that one. It'd be so hard to see anything in all this. I kind of wish, even though when I found like the new scat, I could keep it where it had the cone from the footprints from before. Okay, I think that's too far over. Now let's go back up. Pretty sure I lost the trail. Okay, so there's the poop. Still marked as fresh. And it doubled back over its previous trail, so it's not... Not fall for that if we don't have to. There you are. So it's very old droppings. Okay, so you're fleeing. So we actually heard it now. So it was up here and it hurt us. Yeah, because it looks like it doubled back on its own trail, which made it really kind of hard for me to figure out where I should be going. So it looks like it went slightly to the side here. So we're going to go up here. Because if it took off running, usually they'll trample the ground a little bit. The question is where I've been running around versus where it's been running around. I'm having a hell of a time with this one compared to the other ones you tracked. Yeah, it's the same path from way earlier. I'm pretty sure with its doubling back over itself that I basically lost it. Because it's kind of facing up here. So I'll try going over this hill, see if I see anything. If not, it's probably time just to take the character and go back. Maybe hit that waypoint I saw earlier that I was pursuing when I ran into it. Alright, let's just get over there. I think this thing, Don't gore me. I'm going my other way. Okay. Yep, so he definitely just lost it. Yeah, you know, the deer they show kind of like duck its head to like, you know, launch its horns forward. It's like, no, come on, man. I'm distinctly going a different direction than you. We don't have to do this. I don't need to be murdered, and you don't need to be shot. Okay, so this is the other place we had up here. Yeah, so the map's big. I definitely feel like this is going to be a little on the rough side until we get skill points. We got one, but only kind of applies in certain situations. Okay, outpost unlocked. So we can access the cache. Yeah, and that's the one there was the dare drop for, was to get this thing. We apparently can get... Oh. I don't... So it says it's strong enough to drop a bear with one bullet, but its accuracy is horrendous. Sure. Yeah, we own that one already. Bows. Right, we got ammo. I think we're doing okay on that. Got a bunch of different sights and all that. We got lures I'm not super worried about. Consumables. Clothing that we don't care about. Backpacks. And all that. So I guess with that, then the question would be storage, weapons. Okay, so you're 270.270. And you are a 0.243. It's not going to be that big of a difference. Alright. Okay, we got all this. We can now fast travel up here. Alright, so we can fast travel all the way back down to the starting point. And see if we can't, like, pick up any of the trails of those things from way earlier on. Okay. We can run up here, and maybe we come up with something. Like I said, I'd like to get the quest done before we wrap. But I don't think we'll start a whole extra day of, you know, in-game for it. Alright. But yeah, the new DLC for Peru dropped today, which is why they sponsor the stream a lot. And again, this is a sponsored segment. I mean, we've gone over the time the sponsorship asked for, but this is a sponsored segment. Right, and you are over here. Yep, not worried about that. But it's got, my understanding is I think it was 11 new animals, as well as the region has 14 animals, so there's 3 returning, which isn't surprising. You know, stuff like white-tailed deer. I'm shown up multiple times. Yeah, I'm not seeing any trails at all now. So I suspect we'd have to wait for the... Oh, actually, I take that back. Nope, not the animal we're looking for. But I suspect we're trying to catch more of that specific animal. I probably need to do the next day. Bears? Okay, how long have you been tracking the same animal, actually? Well, there was 3 of them, and we killed 2 of them, and we were tracking the other one. But we have been hunting the same animal pretty much the whole time, because I had a mission to kill 3 animals in that category, using the shotgun. So the game basically was like, here's your objective, go do. Oh, no. We only switched to this about halfway through stream. We were doing Satisfactory before that. Like, we would probably be doing this, I would guess, a little over 3 hours. Which, I mean, we did the tutorial of kill the first animal. And then we've been kind of running around chasing the other ones. But keeping in mind, this is my first time playing, so there's been a lot of discoverability, like a discovering on stuff, learning different mechanics, yada yada. Subsurface depression. There's our target. Okay. Well, it was on the other side of the water there. I'm gonna have to work my way around very slowly. That gives you an idea that water is 55 away from me, and where we're looking at was at least 70. Like, if there's a trait to be able to remain, you know, remain in sneak or whatever, but move faster, worth its weight in gold. Absolutely worth its weight in gold. It'd be good and not drink more caffeine so I can actually get to sleep. Okay, grab you. But honestly, that's the way a lot of these hunting games have always been. Like, even back in the day of TheHunter back then. A lot of, like, skulking about. Because, I mean, real hunting boils down to either that or you either have a lean or a stand or something. Oh, good. Gia's auto walk. That's good. But yeah, no, it's just in real life, it is a thing that quite often you just get in your stand that you've set up a trail underneath and all that, wait for a deer or whatever to come by, that kind of thing. Or it is a animal that you skulk about. Okay, so right over there is where we're trying to get, to the other side. Hey, Kish, how's it going? We just need to get to the other side, because that's where we heard the call from the thing we're after. If we get that one, it'll be the last one we need. So I'm creeping around here. Not getting my scent. Don't think it's seeing me. I doubt it's hearing me, so I'm a little surprised. Oh. What am I hunting? I forget what it's called. It's a class 1 animal, so it's like a small mammal, that kind of thing. I'll have, like, what it is here in a second when I jump on its actual trail. Okay. Now I just gotta follow its trail till we find it itself. And I'm assuming it alerted and went away. It's now fleeing. Oh, it was like right there. 10, 20 yards away. Must have been just like under a bush or something. Okay, well, with it fleeing away. Yeah, so it's full on run. We can just kind of walk up behind it. At some point, it'll stop running. Okay, now it says you're trotting. So you're trotting, we'll go back to sneaking. Oh, yeah. No, it was probably us. Like I said, I was having problems figuring out where it was because it's on the other side of the brush, and I think we basically got just about on top of it, so it heard us and ran off. I would be very surprised if it wasn't us. But now we could just tiptoe after it whenever it settles down. Stops to eat, drink, nap, whatever. Then we can take care of it. Okay, and you're still only trotting. You're not running anymore. Okay. And we're just watching for the next bit of evidence as to where it is. And when we see some scat, that'll give us an idea, like, do I have, like, a bit to catch up, or are we, like, right on its heels? It is one of the downsides. Gotcha, that's fine, Kish. Very fresh. Okay. Make sure it's not on the other side of the trees. Rip your knees? Yeah. I mean, I don't think I have the correct call for them. Pretty sure we have a call for deer and all that. And predators, which won't help us at all. Okay. Just trying to see where the trail went cold. Somewhere around here. Either it's around, or I'm missing some footprints or something. I wish I was more familiar with the different animal sounds. Because like that one yip I keep hearing, maybe that's it. So it's like over here somewhere. But at the same time, I have zero. Oh wait, there we go. We got the path. I likely lost some distance behind it there. Okay, you're only walking now. You're not even trotting anymore. Oh, there we go. There's another spot right here. That seems mildly bad. Oh, my equipment got messed up order-wise. I apparently do not have my revolver. So the worst thing was, it said that was old, and then we end up scaring the thing off again. Mythical. This is a terrible idea. Did I do a good hit on it, though? I definitely hit it. too far, I think. Droppings just now. No organs hit. Yeah, I don't think it was a particularly good hit. I'm pretty sure it's bolted and just long gone. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure this thing's long gone. It just did like a muscle hit or something. Or no, is that a blood splatter right there? Nope, that is not. Okay, there's the stuff there. Okay. I don't imagine we're catching this thing. Because, like, I hit it and there's the tiniest bit of blood. Apparently defecating every 2 inches. If it turns, we're also super dead, by the way. That's fine, that's not what we're worried about. Like, I'm being aggressive because I want to see if we can't make this happen before I need to wrap. Most likely we're gonna die here. Oh, you're running again. Yeah, I haven't even seen any more blood after that first spot. So I genuinely think we just basically got a muscle hit. And didn't do any real damage at all. The thing is, realistically, to not have it just take off on me, I need to slow down. That's gonna take too long. Give me 1 second. Just gonna try and prevent the ad from happening for a little bit. See, we can't make this happen real fast. Get ourselves a puma. Or die trying, I guess. I'm staying this way just because, one, I don't want to accidentally switch Pumas or whatever. And also, two, because our character doesn't have good skills, I partly expect our character to, because we have, like, the cone will be really wide as where it could show up. So it'd be a little misleading. Guessing it's just different Puma. Zyasu is lying in wait for prey. He'll lobotomize a raccoon. Let's backtrack to this. And back to tracking the Puma. Okay. There we go. Aren't you tired for streaming for 9 hours straight? 9 hours is my normal stream length. I'll probably be wrapping up here however this turns out. Okay. If it just ends up running away again, we'll probably call it. Because otherwise it'll just take way too long. Because, like, if it keeps running, I have to slow down to chase to get a chance to actually sneak up on it. Where are you? trying to go a little wide to the right. Unfortunately, it's downwind from me. Okay, so I'm pretty sure we hit it again. No organs hit just now. Very low bleed. Okay. Taking a little bit of a chance being this aggressive, but it's not just a little bit, just taking a chance being this aggressive. Because with an animal being hurt and you're chasing it down like this, there would be a good chance it'd turn on you. That's fine. We are just pursuing it. It's only trotting now. Okay, that's fine. Going the other way, dear. Still trotting. Oh, I was about to be like, wait a second. A bleed on some other random animal. Okay. Oh, okay. Go to sleep, kitty. Vital organ hit just now. I was like, what am I looking at? And I see it standing up and it's like, oh. Oh no. I'm glad it was probably a very light-headed kitty. Alright. So, hit right lung, liver, and stomach. So, yeah. Let's can't make sure chat's safe if we can't understand. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Alright, well, we at least got it. And it was worth some money. Earn a gold rating on a harvested animal. Neat. Difficulty very hard. Which I find amusing, because I had very little problem with the puma. But, those stupid little badger things, on the other hand, caused me no end of grief. We never did get the other one I needed. So, let's go ahead and head back here. Because what's going to need to happen now is, unfortunately, I really need to be calling it a night. So again, thank you again to the devs who sponsored this stream and all that good stuff. I really do appreciate it. Small bodies use the pistol. Yeah. Was not expecting orchestrated music, but okay. But with all that said, I hope everyone's been enjoying the stream. If you have enjoyed the stream, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. As a reminder, I do play an entire range of games on the platform. This is actually a bit unusual for my normal content. I do play lots of simulation games, but as far as like hunting, this is literally the first one on here. I don't expect I'll do a ton of hunting games or anything like that. But, you know, it was very nice for the devs to support it. I think this is a really well-done game, and this is for their new Peru DLC, which, you know, we got to catch a little badger thing and then a puma. So with that said, what's going to end up happening here is if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream is going to come to an abrupt end for you because I do not have a host ready, but thank you so much for tuning in. And for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen. As a reminder,